What is up? Good morning, fam. How we doing? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful rainy day outside for myself. It's so pretty. It's a great day to sleep in. Look, I got plenty of that over the last few days. Plenty of good sleep, good and recharged this morning. It was a great morning, though, to continue to sleep in, let me tell you that. First off, why? Well, it was raining. Let's just be honest. You know, who doesn't love sleeping in on those rainy days? Storming, you hear the thunder. It's just perfect. Secondly, it's going to be another day like yesterday in the small cap sector. I don't see anything that's going to change my mind, at least as of right now, for the small caps. Now we'll get into some levels. Where did I leave my phone at? Son of a bitch. Where's my phone? Let me get my phone. Josh, pull to Josh. Hold on. I found it. All right, let's get into alerts today, team. It's going to be another day, honestly, probably like we've seen over the past couple of months, really, honestly, through February. Now, we've had some hotter times. I know, I guess, hotter times in and out through that, you know, in the small cap sector. And really, it's come from, like, AKANs of the world, where we get this random moves. Artles in the past, Sky Qs, we've gotten those runs. I got it, 100%. But as far as, like, hey, this plays up in pre-market on news, that just isn't happening right now. Plays that spike in pre-market on news, or whether it's news or no news in pre-market, whatever it may be, they're not continuing in market, just for whatever the case is right now. You're looking at random movers, like yesterday was SKK. HCAI ran yesterday out of nowhere again. And if you remember, HCAI we've looked at that in the past, and then just out of nowhere yesterday had a huge move. And so really nothing's changed my mind. I think we're in the same boat as far as small caps are concerned. So these plays we're looking at in pre-market here, most likely an hour or two after the opening bell, we will not be really for the most part. Maybe one or two, maybe. But they've created a channel and they're chopping around all day. And then you'll have your one random or two random runners an hour or so after the opening bell that decide to take off and go bananas. So it was a perfect day to take off yesterday. Just to be honest, there wasn't a lot going on. Today, it's about the same. Now, we do have BLZE running from after hours on earnings. Now, these plays do like to continue, and I've seen and noticed this since February. So maybe BLZEs, because it's got about a 40 million in float. That's pretty nice, right around 40 mil, 45 mil. That's not super low, but not super big, but enough to keep it afloat. The support down today is going to be right at 640. I love the 640 bounce. Under 640, watch for a pullback down to somewhere right around 6 to 595. And under that, then we head down to right around 560. Right now, we're trying to hold the original after hours and pre-market high right around 695 into 7 as we speak. I don't know that it's going to hold. Why pullbacks to bounce plays, at least today, have been from $7 down to around 640. That's 60 cents. Well, 735 minus 60 cents is not $7, but they're trying to hold it up here as it's the more bullish play as of now. Over 735 in pre-market high. Go back in time and try to find where we can run to. Watch for a move up to right around 780. Over 780, we have a move up to 850. Over that to 875. We'll go 850 and then really goes close to 890. Into 9 becomes real strong resistance for BLZE. And I'm going to stick with those levels on the way up and or down. Your number 2 top gainer, or really your number 1 top gainer to be looking at would be CLRB. CLRB. I'm not going to go over S dot. Now, S dot is up on the day from like 24 cents up to the 60 cent range. I'll briefly mention it in a minute. But over to CLRB, the real one of the lower float plays on the board today with S dot had a huge spike in pre-market and we're right back down. Now these plays like to ramp back up. We've noticed that recently. On the way over 450, watch for a pop up to 520 area. Over 520, we run to right around 580. Over 580, watch for a spike up to somewhere right around 635 area. And over that, we get strong resistance at 7 into 720. Now, somehow this play can U-shape all the way around through 720, which we've seen here and there lately. Over 720, watch for a spike up to 820. And over that, then we run to 87. No, over 820, we run all the way up to around 9. We could run to 950 and then to 10 to 1020 area. Again, a little bit lower flow. I've noticed these down bottom right-hand plays after we spike up like to move back up every once in a blue moon here lately. Hold on one second. All right, over to S-Dot. We'll go ahead and mention that one. The area on S-Dot is going to be back over that 64-cent pre-market high area. Over 64 cents in pre-market high. Watch for a spike up to 72 cents. Do this real quickly. No, I want to go back 15 days, you gooba. Yeah, and over that 72-cent mark, this play could move all the way up to 90 cents. Over 90 cents, watch for this to move up to $1.15. Back down below, major support is going to be right around the 45-cent mark into 40 cents. Here real quickly. All right, cool. We've had nothing. We've had nothing hit the high of day momentum scanner. We've literally had nothing hit the high of day momentum scanner pre-market on my end since 45 after, so literally over 30 minutes ago. Now over to another gainer to watch for the day is going to be DGXX. It's a bigger float play. Moved a lot bigger in pre-market than I would anticipate. This is another one that kind of almost in the bottom right-hand corner I think could come down before coming back up. Levels on the way up, 560, 565 area. 590 resistance. Over that, somewhere right around 620, 615. Over that, 650 resistance. Over 650, we have 7, and then 730 resistance. Down below, 515 to 520 is your main support. That cracks, it's going to crack back on through to the 4 area. Now, over pre-market high, over 730. Watch for a move up too. Now, this is at 52-week high, by the way, at 730. Over 730, watch for a move up today to 8. I'll call right around actually 780 into 8. Strong resistance there for DGXX. If this also can somehow U-shape back on around like CLRB, which has a better shot in doing it now. And by the way, what I was just saying, here comes CLRB right now moving on up. So watch this U-shape, kind of even a double U-shape. This is trying to pop here. All right, keep rolling through the list here, and we do have more gainers up today that are newer that we can keep an eye on. Mask is another one to keep your eye on this morning. VRDN is another one to keep your eye on this morning as well. Now, these plays are not really doing a lot as of right now. VRDN, to me, would be your better option for these plays, so we'll go to VRDN again. I think this has to do with earnings. On the way up today, watch this back over 20. Over 20, this has room to run. We are on a trend line up for VRDN right now. My trend line is right at around 1870. Under 1870, watch for a crack back down. put this in a little larger time frame. Under 1870 and trend line crack. Watch for move down to 1825. Under 1825, another good crack comes into 1765. Under that, we head down to 1735, and under 1735, another good crack down to 16s. Again, on the way down, watch that trend line crack, and especially back under 1825 and over 20 are going to be the key for VRDN. All right, 4 more runners to keep your eye on. SKK, if this cracks back under 670, we head down to 6, and under 6, we head down to 530. On the way up, watch this back over 765. We run up to somewhere right around 875, and over that to 950. Over 950, that's where we can get some good liftoff through into the 1030 mark, and over that to around 11, close to pre-market high. Other ones to keep your eyes on, I'll just do that. I'll stop there and go with other ones. Make these all quick. HCAI from yesterday, it's got to hold. A line I have in actually was after hours low at 1440. That's going to be the key bounce for the day. On the way up, watch us back over 1920 and especially over 20. Over 20, this is a lot like VRDN and can go gangbusters for the day for the move up to 2250, over that to 24-ish area, and then, of course, that 26 resistance. Over to AKAN, also on watch today. If it's got to hold 30, though, it's got to hold 30. We'll see some crack back on down. This still could potentially go back down for more, in my opinion. Maybe even see some popping back up. So resistance up top comes in from yesterday's lows right around 35 area into about 37.50. Now on the way down, watch for that crack continuation, especially if we crack through 30. Over to Q ball. This is still on watch in my opinion too as well. So if Q can get the lift off here, we've seen this play run pretty nicely. Q from last Monday had some crazy movement. Then was more of a slow and steady eddy Thursday and after hours through Friday. Then yesterday was going to yesterday was a pretty good mover. It just halting up and I say halting, but moving up and down. I think it was a couple of halts yesterday. The key area is getting through 38. If we get through 38, this play is going to be on on liftoff watch to 45 and then 50. Down below, it's got to hold 27.50 into 28. After hours lows, yesterday's lows. If it cracks that, watch for a move down to 26, and under that, it's going to start to say bye-bye. Over here, SPY, I'm going to go DGX off. I'm going to go VRD in here. We'll go with, I'll go DGXX over here. Still have to keep SKK on watch. We just have a lot to watch today, but I do like VRD in here at the bell. Small caps at the bell. VRDN really has that look that it wants to squeeze and go, so keep VRDN on watch 100%, or even for the crack. The other one's going to be CLRB. This play could still continue to U-shape around on a trend line as well. My trend line on CLRB is right around 430. And then the other one here that is hitting new high of day and taking the mob, and we have seen these small cap plays come out with earnings and continue for whatever reason has been a theme this, not only this earnings season, but the one back in February, usually never is a thing. Usually if a play comes out with earnings in the small cap sector, you can laugh it off and look to short it. For whatever reason, they're continuing in through the next day. Those would be my main 3 plays at the bell. Later on, I would 100% keep SKK, DGXX, HCAI, AKAN, Q on watch. Those are some of your more volatile plays to watch later on that could get going. Other than, hey, also watch for random movers. Like HCAI was out of nowhere and not on probably anyone's watch, possibly at lunch, and you saw what it did. So keep that on watch today later in the day for a random mover you haven't been looking at. All right, let's get into large caps now that's done. Keep my head on a swivel for you guys. How we doing, Daza, Ingrid, T-Web, Louie, J-Web? Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how much those guys are moving. They're too far up and away for me to even look, to get involved in those right now. I'll be looking after maybe they do a price split. But yeah, that's one of those ones where I wish I would have gotten in even when we were doing the challenge, the trade the pool challenge. We're talking SNDKs gone, essentially 100% since then. It's gone from 600 to 1200, which is nuts. I mean, that's just crazy to think that it's doubled. And I did MU as well. MU, where was that at when I did the challenge? I did that. I picked that ticker as well when I did the challenge. That was back in around 400s. It was in the 400s, and now it's went to 600. So that's got 200 points. I mean, it's just absolutely nuts. Hitting new high of day. There is BLZE, new high of day. Back blaze, baby. Get a little back blaze, baby. Bounce play for back blaze is back down here at the 685 mark. That's where I would look to go. $7 down to 685, somewhere in there for BLZE. Now, if you want to take former high of day support resistance here, right here at 735, potentially could be built up. I would go down here right around 690 into 7. All right, I'm going to leave these charts on watch over here. I am going to do levels on the right-hand side here for large cap plays, just so we can keep the small caps on watch to the left. I will do the large caps over here. Oh, man. Mortal Kombat 2 on Thursday. Daza, what's up? Yep. T-Web Wild, I took yesterday off, just so you know. I'll be off Friday, too, as well, just so if you are around or anyone else is around. Friday's going to be absolutely a beautiful banger-rangerific day here in Arkansas. So I will be taking the day off for Shizzle on Friday as well. And just the market we've been in. Oh, swept down to 710. 710. Real quick sweep down right there for BLZE. Right back on up. All right, let me get the large cap levels real quickly. All right, over to large caps here. SPY, again, like I talked about, may we keep going up from 725? We talked about 725 being hit. Then we finally could see a pullback. I was all over that. I, again, wish I would have swung this in the 600s on the way up, knowing we were inevitably hitting the 725 mark. It just didn't know exactly when that pop was going to happen until we finally went over 700. Now, we continue that climb? Question mark? Well, today we got to get back over pre-market from yesterday and yesterday's high, which is right around 722 to 722.40, which we're banging into this morning. I think we do get caught up in a channel where Friday's high, Monday's low is going to be the base for now, at least through today and most likely maybe even tomorrow. On the way up today, we have 722 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop-up into 722. We'll call it 40. Over that, watch for a pop-up to 723. I'm going to say we get stuck in a channel, but still do get over yesterday's high and pre-market high and go to 723. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, we move up to 724 to 724.20. And then over that, we hit 724.85. Maybe even make a new all-time high right at 725 for your ultimate high of day. On the way down, support trying to come in right now off of old resistance and pre-market. Not perfect, but right around 721. Under 721, watch for move down to 720. Under 720, we move down to 719.60. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then heads down to 718.90 to 718, we'll call it 719 to 718.75 area, right? Underneath that, watch for a crack back on down to 717.50. And I'm going to go ultimate low of day there. Now, if we crack that, watch for move down to 716.50. And then below that, we go to 715. Why I felt like I was going to do something there, but whatever. Oh, earnings. That's what I was going to check today. Who has earnings today? AMD is the big one today. All right, cool. Apple's shooting, exploding here at the opening bell. I was going to say don't worry about Apple, but it is moving up pretty nicely. On the way up today, watch for resistance to come in now at 78.50 to 78.75. Over that, watch for a move up to 79.65. And over 79.65, we run to yesterday's high of day and 80.60. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes to 81.50. Over 81.50, we go to 82.50. On the way down, support will come in at 77.25. Over 77.25, watch for move down to 76. And under 76, major support at 75. Lulu, quit trying to eye your way into me and let me work real quick. Let me get done with the levels and then... Our AMD, the one big play that does have earnings today, so we're going to definitely go over AMD, at least for the one earnings play for the day. I do feel it's going to be trapped, though, as far as today's levels are concerned. Right now, failing at Thursday's high of day of 355. If we get over that, watch for a pop up to 357 and over 357. That's where I think we get a decent move to 358.35, and over that, the better move all the way up to 361.50. I think we stay trapped between that and 350. Like 355 will be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day 361.50. On the way down, we're going to try to hold right now at 347.35. We crack it, we go to 345. Under 345, watch for move down to right around 343. Under 343, we head down to 341. Ultimate low of day would head down to 338.75. Now, those are going to be your main key breakout areas. Back over 61.50 to 62.50, this thing is bonkers gone. I think 366 won't even come into play at that point. We just blow right through it to all-time high. Watch for a move to 375 minimum, potentially up to 385. Now, on the way down, I think 338 to 75, 340 is going to be the key. If we crack it, we're heading straight down through 330 to around 325. 325 minimum. Ultimately, this thing could find its way all the way down to 315, even maybe down to around 305. Good girl. You can get water. I'll get you some more water in a minute. ARM still consolidation channel-wise needs to get back over 216.50. The high from Thursday and Friday of last week almost failed right at today. Major support below comes in not only off of yesterday's lows, but then the lows from last Thursday or Tuesday and Wednesday, right around 195. So those will be your main areas, and I guarantee you we stay chopped and channeled through. Now, once we get over that 216.50 mark, lift off, baby. B's on high watch for another play to move to all-time high, and these plays moving to 300, although I think this play channels up and chops up. Big reversals here out of the gate, at least for these plays I'm going over. All of them are hitting high of day, and then it's reversing right back on down. So 300 is going to be the first key, then 303, yesterday's high of day, which I'd say we stay between A300 and over that 303. Now, over 303, gangbusters for the move up. I think we go to 305, and really over 303, I think we hit 310. On the way down today, 290 major support. I'll call it 291 into 290. Under that, watch for a crack back down to 284. Under 284, which would be your normal low of the day, watch for move down to yesterday's low and 78.25. If we crack that, watch for move down to 75. And under 75, we go down to 73. Google on an absolute slingshot up here today, trying to move to all-time high territory at that 388.50 mark, which is after hours on last Thursday. Right now, running into Sunday's high right around 386. Over that, we do hit 88.50. Since we're blasting off here, I was probably going to go 86.50, normal high, 88.50 ultimate. Well, right now, I'll stick with it. 86 to 86.50 normal high, 88.50 ultimate high. Now, if we get over 88.50, we're flying up to 390, and over 390, 92.50, 93.50, 95. Remember your levels. On the way down, support's going to come off of yesterday's major reversal right before power hour at 381.75 pre-market high originally. Under 81.50, 81.75, watch for a crack down to 380. Under 380, we head down to 78.60. Under 78.60, which I'll go 380, normal low of day, 78.75 ultimate lows, now that we're popping up really hard here. Meta still nasty down below after earnings, just chopping around. This thing needs to crack back under 600, the low from last Thursday, or get back over 620, the high from last Thursday. And then she's moving. Otherwise, use your levels, right? Watch for a first dip off of Friday's low, and then watch a dip off of maybe Monday's low. Reversals at yesterday and today's high of day, right? Use the levels until we break or crack. Well, nothing really in the small cap sector, at least for the most part, so not rushing really too much there. Microsoft ugly as a boom, boom, bam, bam. Skipping Microsoft completely ugly, nothing to really mention there. MSTR moving up really nicely today. Bitcoiners in heaven here. On the way down, 186.50 to 186 will be your normal low of day, kind of bouncing off of it, almost got down to there. Pre-market low, yesterday's high of day in market. If we crack that, ultimate low of day then heads down to 183.50, ultimately landing around 182, maybe a hair below it. On the way up today, resistance is going to come in again, now that we're below it, at 189. Over 189, watch for move up to 189, or 190 we'll really call it. And over 190, watch for move to 190, 150, pre-market high. Normal high of day and pre-market high. Ultimate high of day over pre-market high. Watch for a move up to, sorry, I'm trying to get back to it here on the Fourier. Over pre-market high, watch for a move up today to right around, we'll call it 193.50 for your ultimate high of day. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Let's keep going, going, going. MU, we'll do this one. MU, freaking massive barn burner move here. Right at the bell, already up 25 points. No reason to go down today. I'd say watch for bounce off 605. This play has room to continue to run here on the way up. I'm actually just going to look at MU's options here. They're not too bad. They're not too bad. They're pretty expensive spreads. Yeah, they're not great. They're not great. They're not bad, but they're not great. So really almost kind of like SNDK, if I'm not mistaken. The options on these really just aren't that great. Really have to trade them with shares, and now they're so high up. So this has room to 28.75, then 30, over 630 to 32.50, although this really is starting to shoot in $5 increments for the most part. I'd say on the way down today, just going to a 1 minute time frame, I would say watch for a bounce off 617.50. Then the other area I like a lot is 613.50. Other than that, we have all the way down at 607 to 605. I mean, that play is just crazy barn burnerness. Crazy barn burnerness. Skipping NVDA, that is absolutely nasty sauce today. PLTR, same thing. Caught in channels, trap, choppy, ugly, ugly, ugly. Let's go over to the Qs here. Racing to all-time highs we go. 79.75 right now, all-time high. We just hit it on the way up today. It seems like we're just in the 620s, 30s. My gosh, we'll go 682.50 normal high of day, 685 ultimate high of day. On the way down, 678 to 677.70 will be a good support area. Below that, watch for move to yesterday's high of day, 676. We'll call it 676.80, 677 pre-market high. That'll be some strong support. I would venture to say then go down one more level to Friday's high of day, and 676 would be your normal low of day, ultimate low of day. It's going to be hard to get back through that. And watching for a move to 675, maybe a hair below it. We're just extending up so high, I don't think we would reverse that far down at this point. SNDK, same thing as MU, just absolute barn burner so far this morning. Both of these plays on the way up, absolutely flying today. Same thing for MU. Really hard to find levels on the way down because we're at all-time high. Obviously, pre-market high and breakout area right around 1285, 1280 area would be the bounce play. I don't know that we're going to see it. Over 1340, watch for continuation for the move up to 1350. Over that, this thing is now starting to run in really about a $10 increment. So I'd say 14, over 34.50, or we'll call it 1340 to 1350, over 1350 to 60 to 70. This could see as high as today as 12 hundo. This is a barn burner. Now down below, if you want to look for bounce plays, really just nothing set in on SNDK other than coming back off of pre-market highs, which that's so far away now. I just don't know that that's going to happen. And Tesla here on a move up today. I actually was going to mention this one earlier, the last one that kind of type in on this overall kind of cup and handle. If you look at the daily, or not daily, but the hourly, or even the 15-15 here, I should really say, we're kind of cup and handling on the way up here today. Next resistance area is going to come in right now at 402-ish area, 402 to 402.20, which we just ran into. Over that, watch for a spike to 403.60. Over 403.60, we'll go up to 406 area, 406. We'll call 406 to 406.50 normal high of day. 410 to 411 ultimate high of day. Now again, like the SanDisk and MU, this play is barn burnered on the way up today. Really nothing other than the flat plat pre-market high to come off and bounce off of. I have Lion actually there right on 96.50. If we do come back down, that would be our area. Now we are starting to build up a little bit of a support at 97.50. Holy barn burners. Holy barn burners. Holy Banner barn burns. Now, I don't want to step in and try to trade MU and SNDK right now. They've just barn burnered their way up today already. Looking at small caps, not really seeing a lot. We did have the squeeze here from Blaze, though. Blaze had the nice, good squeeze up. This 750 area would be the bounce play as of right now. Now, again, does old resistance become new support at 780? We shall see right here. BLZE is your only small cap play. Yeah, AMD was crazy. AMD was crazy. AMD was crazy. Man. But yeah, for small caps, this kind of reminds me, 7. I like this area more now. I don't know that I'd go all the way back down to this area, unless you're just leaving like forever orders in. And then, yeah, if you want to. Well, 780, here we go. Old resistance, new support. So this is working out old resistance. Most of the resistance coming in at 780. So we are seeing new support off of it. A little bit of an uptrend channel starting to build in right there as well. 4C. Almost have to call this CLRB, but BLZE. There's your uptrend channel of resistance, I would call it. Somewhere right about right there. Now, if you want to go up and kind of make this an expanding one, you can do that. I guess it actually makes it more parallel. So that would be your uptrend channel that we're in right now. 750, and I do like this. This is kind of one of this 690 area. You could even, support it down to 675. So you got a lot of area to hold you up right there. I do like it. Again, I don't know if we're going to see it, at least as of right now. I guess that's where my brain went right away was, will we see it that quickly? MU new high of day, so MU new high of day. MU did squeeze up for more move there. MU new high of day continuing to climb. And just going back and reiterating large caps, if I was like, hey, what to trade? I mean, it's going back to the barn burners right here. MU, SanDisk, those are the ones that are moving the most that I would say. And Tesla, of course, has some good movement today. AMD, Google had some good moves. Large caps just seem to have the, so find your large cap you like a lot and sit with it, because today we have some really good moves when it comes to large caps. And of course we have after hours with AMD and earnings today. So definitely going to be a fun day on the large caps, and it seems that's just where a majority of the movement and volume is at. Not just storming just a little bit ago. I didn't look at the radar, but man, it was just storming its ass off just a few minutes ago. It's not raining now. Well, VRDN kind of lackluster in my opinion. I thought that would provide for a little bit more fun at the bell. Really not giving it to us there, though. Any questions you guys have, let me know. Just sitting back. This is again why I didn't trade yesterday when I did finally come into, which I actually thought was my goal was like, come in there and make them happy, get the live stream up. I just actually enjoyed yesterday, blah, 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 blah. But when I finally did come in here yesterday and looked around, I was like, wow, I called it. This was exactly what I anticipated. Slow. Oh, yeah, the SNDK. Yeah, SNDK that we did there. I forgot we did our little bet on SNDK. About where it would end out for the week. Where did I put the levels at? Where's my giraffes at? There it is, right there. There it is. So Kevin said 1,500. Steve said 1,630. Joe said 1,700. Caesar said 2K. And so I had to go prices right and go $1, Bob. I went down to 14.26. So I can't have SNDK get higher than like say 14.50. So we're rooting for SNDK to not get higher than 14.50 this week. Oh man, that's nuts. That was what that is. Whoa, big crackback, BLZE, big crackback, right to that 750 area here, team. I haven't put orders in yet today. I'm just kind of waiting to see, feel these plays out. just haven't had a lot of good bounce plays here recently, honestly. Just really most of my profits have come from the Aikens of the world, the HCAIs of the world, the halting plays. So I'm going to go down to the 690 area right here, team. This is where I'm going to go. Since I haven't put orders in, we're really hitting this area now. This needs to bounce now. This is essentially hitting the area. I'm going to go with the 690 mark. You know, heavy there. Maybe put an order in at 7. You know, one order at 690. One order at 684, you know, something along those lines. Kind of surround this area into that lower shadow right there. That's why I say 684. So that would be our main area for a bounce. We came down so quickly, didn't have orders in, so that, you know, hurts this bounce play. But this was the bounce we talked about at 750 area. I was calling 750. Really, the bounce is like 760, 755, so that hit right at it. I would like for this to hold up too for a little longer to see a backside. You're kind of making that backside move here. Let's see this hold up a little, you know, for at least like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That would be really nice. Not what I really want to say. I mean, not that, again, I'll still take this bounce. But I'm like, man, hold up. At least if anything, hold up. Hold up for us. Is there anything else moving in the small cap sector? We do have DGXX trying to kind of U-shapey-ish back on around here. Hey, baby girl. It's trying to move. Get you some water. Hold on one sec, guys. Hey, go girl. All right. TTP coming up. I'll stay with you guys for like another 10, 15 minutes or so. See if we get anything else to hit the breakout scanners. We had UK pop up a little. That's really, really low float. UK is the United Kingdom. Not really. It was halted up. Halt up, gap up, right back on down, halted down now. Yeehaw, UK, not that great. SKK halted as well. What's this one doing? Oh, was halted down after a sell-off from yesterday. Okay, that would have been a great hangover play. SKK back under that 650 pre-market low. Did give good candlestick confirmation and continued on down relatively nicely. So that was really nice. That was probably our Deep's best play so far for the day. Unless you took the breakout here on BLZE. That SKK pre-market short crack under 650 was money now into the fours right now. It hit about 450 or so low of day. Pretty volatile after that halt down, but still nice, good move. DGXX back on down. We're talking about Sober on one of the streams I'm looking at. So Sober's popping again. So we'll get CLRB off the board here, and Sober is actually popping up a little bit out of nowhere. I bet this play has no news. Yep, no news on Sober. So Sober popping up out of nowhere. So we do have Sober on watch now. So Sober here trying to make a little bit of a move. Q with like relatively like no volume. Same with Aiken and same with HCAI. So I'll keep those on watch for a little while longer, but wow, those three plays I thought would get some good movement, absolutely are not. So SOBR, Sober here, popping up on news. The VWAP is catching this play and running with it. So what's that mean? At some point, this play is going to curl over and be done. This play does that a lot. Sober here, just go back to last Friday, did pop up the bell and then just faded all up. Now, it hit a pop later in the day, but this is what I anticipate from Sober to start the day. You know, nice, good climb. And then eventually it's going to find a max wall here and start to cave back on down. Most likely this 150 area could be it. We're making higher lows along the way. You can see we just did this back in April, the start of May, and now we're doing it again. We pop up, and this play likes to drop. So watch for that 150 area to be some strong resistance coming on up. If we do get over that, we have 160 just ahead of it. So again, not like there's a lot of room to run on sober if you're trying to take the rest of this breakout. Bounce plays come at 120 and at 110. What's up, Saline? How we doing? Again, another slow day on the small caps. Really only thing holding up or spiking at this point, sober. Everything else we're looking at in pre-market, like we talked about, not doing anything. So sober, already proving my point, really, for the most part. Well, already proven my point here for small caps and sober. Didn't look at sober, was not looking at sober in pre-market. And here we go. Everything we're looking at in market. Blaze had a good move. BLZE, I'll admit, right? Pretty decent move. Continuation on up. Not a ton. Now what? Already fading back. Starting to form a little bit of a head and shoulders here. 750, 55 has to hold, or it starts to crack down for more and goes back to that bounce I like and kind of still want at the 690 mark or so. But here's what my point. I'm proving my point. What we're looking at in pre-market. Here we go, already 30 minutes after the opening bell, essentially, and we're not looking at these tickers. We're looking at new tickers. So we'll still keep our eye on these runners we had in pre-market, but I guarantee you, coming 30 minutes, come an hour from now, we won't be looking hardly at any of them. The only one that still has a chance to run from pre-market onward would be DGXX. So keep DGXX on watch on the way up here. I think that one's going to have could have some momentum if it clears back over the 560 area. All right. So sober, if you're looking for a bounce play, 120 area, and then again the 110 area, and then really down at 1, so every 10 cents. For BLZE, this head and shoulders is creating, which is kind of good for us. The only thing I'm worried about is it bounce at 710 versus the 690 area. And that's really it for this morning. I mean, those are your main plays. We're all over them, but at least the ones that are trying to move anyway. And now we're looking at maybe former runners to pop. I'm seeing ARBB. W&W, of course, sober just hit new high of day as well, hitting the momentum scanner, the high of day momentum scanner, so we're going to keep those on watch. Oh, I haven't had to use Zendu today. No halts as of yet. All right, we go CTP live stream. Any questions, stocks? Anything you guys want to go over? Any large caps, which I'll kind of go over and look at those again real quickly, roll through these, see if we see anything sexy sauce. Apple, nice good consolidation. Okay, we'll go through these real quickly even on my side here. So we'll go to the 15-15 here. I know, I'll go to the 3 minute. Yeah, 3 minute, not 15-15. So PLTR, like I mentioned in pre-market, relatively still kind of junk. Not a great mover. Apple here. Nice good move up today, almost failing at yesterday's high of day. What I like here would be a crack back onto this, especially the VWAP can catch a little bit more back through the 9, through the VWAP, back onto this 78.50 mark for the move down. Not a lot of room to run. 78 and then 77.20 would be your targets there. AMD, nothing really on it. ARM, maybe look for a bounce play as it continues to climb or crack back on down. Nothing I see there. App still hasn't really got off its feet through 500 yet. Google, nice good pop on Google. Wow, nice good squeeze-a-rooney. I was all over that for my ultimate high of day. I said, watch for this right here, 88.50 ultimate high of day. I stuck with my guns there, and I was all over that. So if anyone's shorted at 88.50, you just made some bonkers money right there. I'd say this is going to be good and range bound today. Overall, Google. Absolutely love some Goog sauce. Now, it hasn't really built up a bounce area, other than really pre-market high. Maybe after yesterday's reversal there and that's pre-market high, so that would be your bounce play at 81.50. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Meta, well, maybe Meta here, more continuation on down still on this channel, but has room under this low right there to yesterday's low. So this under 606. Watch under 606, pick up sticks for the move down to 604 area, then down to 603 area. So this one definitely has some room to run on Meta for continuation on down. So that wouldn't be a bad option. And of course, this is going to start to crack down here right away. But Meta, this looks good for more continuation on down. Do like it. Let's go over to Microsoft. Continuation down for it as well. Looks like it's going to happen. MSTR as well. NVDA as well. So I guess SPY seeing some sort of pullback. I have no idea what's going on right now, but we are seeing a pretty good sized pullback. SNDK. Woo! Squeeze-a-rooney continuation up. Got the 1340 pop to 1365. Good Lord almighty. Holy moly, bedrolly, solely, crowley, bowly, totally sauce here. Good mighty. Good night almighty. MU, same as well. So those are your two bullish plays for the day. MU and SanDisk. Everything else is a little bit choppier overall in the large cap space, but everything. Oh, wow. Off the 755 area. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I thought this play was about to crack down. I thought we were going to finally get a play in here. You got to be kidding me. 755 was money, so this play in the end was money, honey. So 755 did end up holding up pretty nicely there for the bounce play. SNDK continue to climb 1367 now. New high of day continues to climb. We talked about, I said in the morning alerts, hitting to that next level. Continues to climb here. Could hit 1400. This play is just, this thing, it's pounding away. Now at 1370. Now at 1370 and a half. Almost 1371 new high of day there. Beautiful. Just 1371 new high of day. Absolutely killing it. Big move there. And yeah, Blaze is your one small cap runner. Other than Sober, both these plays, nothing bangerific, but 70%, 50% gainers on the day. That's what we're dealing with. If this play can pop back up above 820 right here, if this pops back above this area, team, then the 755, 750 area is going to be the bounce play. If it doesn't, I think it still gets a bounce, but we're still staying with 690, okay? Now we're coming back on down, so it doesn't look like we're going to get back above this mark, so just be careful of 755 area. I do feel it should bounce one more time, though. Holding up and pushing off as hard as we did should choose at least one more area of support. 1373 new high of day now for SNDK. Just flying. I'm just going to give it a couple more minutes here, see if anything pops up or makes a change in what I'm looking at. That's about it, though. I think we're good, team. I think we're good. Wait for... I like the 690 area. See if we get any of the crazy halt plays as I move over to TTP. That's going to be on high watch as we move over to TTP. See anything waking up in the small cap sector as of right now. Apple actually going up, trying to make new high of day there. So Apple actually continuing to climb a little bit here, not cracking back on down. Was looking at that one as well. Big movers from yesterday, just not bringing in the heat today. You know, your HCAIs, your AKINs, your Qs, just nothing coming from those guys today. Former runners, possibly, maybe another one could pop up out of nowhere. Again, right now, the only one I'm, of course, seeing would be Sober doing that, SOBR. New high of day on it. Still continuing to climb. Not a big fan of Sober ever trading it. Again, that 150 to 160 corridor, as I talked about, most likely going to happen here. Seemed like it wanted to make a new high in its run overall. SPY continuing up its trend line here. So put a line in if you want to for SPY somewhere in this area. And there's your uptrend channel as the SPY continues to climb back on up today. VRDN, lacklustery. All the other plays I was looking at in small cap sector, just not a lot going on really for them. CLRB down, DGXX down. BIA was up a little bit. It's not too great though. It's real choppy. It's up, then right back on down. Nothing. S-Dot never could get off and rolling off its rocking chair. DGXX just hit down into the 4s again. So that cracked back down to 5. Big sell-off there from around 535 to 5 into the 4s. Now we go. I like the 690 mark still, and this will be my only trade to be looking for. I wish I would have traded the 7.5 mark. Again, I liked it here, but it happened a little kind of too quickly, so I said, let it go. And then when it starts curling back on around, I'm glad I didn't take it, as in I get quick money, but not a lot. And then it finally gets a good bounce. Okay, well, whatever. Now I'm just waiting for this shelf crack. This is typically what I'd usually be shorting back in the day down to the bounce. So just still watching these shelf cracks. This has built up a great shelf at 755. Crack of that, we should minimum get here to 735. But do we candlestick confirm at that area? You know, it's kind of like DGXX. You could have said, hey, let's look for a trend line crack on DGXX. Had a great trend line crack, but it confirmed all the way down at $5. So that's the one thing about those. That's what's still happening a lot of the time on these shelf and trend line cracks. SKK, I forgot about that one. Trying to move, halting back up. I won't trade that play. That one is a little out of, kind of gross to me, but hey, it's got crazy gap and halt moves to it for sure as well. Crazy. I've already missed the first one, and now we're into the second one. So SKK, after nasty sell-off all the way down into the 4s, now we're trying to halt it down again into the 4s. Now we're halting up here for the second time we are. Does have some decent sized gap ups, but I'm going to leave that play alone. It's just not in my wheelhouse as far as the way it moves. Don't like it at all. Oh, AIOS. So AIOS is also halted up. I remember this play. AIOS. Okay, so this is halted up. So AIOS from Friday is halted up. And SKK, just as I talked about with you guys, what we're looking at in pre-market, we most likely won't be looking at after the opening bell. SKK would be about maybe your only one because we're watching it from Friday. So this play is halted up. I'll put VRD in over here as the trendline crack is now hurting that earnings play. And AIOS is halted up. So AIOS halted up at 41.39. 41.39. It's been a minute since that one halted. So it's got a while. Who knows when that resumes. So we'll see if it has. It says right now 26.50 resumption price. It's halted up at 19.64. SKK is on a 5-minute right now. Should come live at 09.59. And no gap up. 6.38 is what it's showing. So I'll watch these for a couple more minutes. SPY, new high of day. SPY, new high of day. VRDN gets these weird random pops too out of nowhere. Like right now, just had a pop from like 1785 up to around 1845 or so. Let's see if we go live on SKK. SKK. 59.59 or 09. 09.59 would be the resumption time. 09.59. I said 09.59. Okay, UK is halted down now. So UK is halted down now. Oh my good gosh. Oh, massive gap up has led to massive gaps down. Now, actually, the first halt down was no gap down. The last one was a huge gap down. And now we're looking for another potential big gap down. Let's see if we go live here for SKK. Nope. SPY ripping through 723. SPY ripping through 723. All right, well, I was going to see if that went live. I'm going to take my quick little 5-minute break before I head over to TTP. Any last questions you guys have before I'm D-O-N-E, done for the day? Done for the day. We are starting to form a little bit of a new uptrend channel kind of right through here. So we'll see if that holds up off that same juncture, right? So we are building a little bit of a new trend line up right through there on BLZE. Still holding that 750.55 mark. That was beautiful to see. So 755 here, really nice to see there. Thanks for bringing that up, Max, with SKKKKKKK, because then you'll just now it brings up AIOS, which is halted up, UK, which is halted down, and actually intrigued to trade one of these plays just because of how much they're gapping up and gapping down. Like UK is halted down again at the 328 mark. If you look at UK overall, I'll show you this on the chart over here. Look at UK on the chart. So go back and look at UK. Go back and look at UK here. This thing gapped up, maybe reverse split, something along those lines. Or I have no idea for whatever this is here. Not good news is my point. Resumption news, whatever. If this stays below 3, if we do gap down to the 260 mark, if we do under the 2, if we stay below 3, if it gaps down to 260 and this is racing for another a halt down, I'm gonna trade this. This play may just fade off into oblivion. Hold on a second. Come on, Margo. Lay down. Margo, lay down. Margo, lay down. Margo, lay down. Margo, lay down. So I am looking. Oh, no, I missed it. AIOS halted up. Oh, I just missed it. AIOS halted up. Massive gap up. Massive gap up for AIOS. Massive gap up for AIOS. Massive gap up for AIOS here. Huge gap up. AIOS. Huge gap up. So what I'm going to do is move SPY off the board here. Actually, we'll go to BLZE here. BLZE here. I still like the 690 area for a slow and steady bounce play back on down at that 690 mark. So we'll go zoom this in right there. And then, oh my gosh, I was over here. AIOS just missed this, but that's okay. I'm looking to trade that first halt down. Just like we did on Friday, team. So the first halt down on AIOS. Now this play was halted up for 30 minutes. 30 minutes it was halted. And we see, look at this gap up. Imagine being long at 1970. I can't even right now. Oh my good Lord almighty. So I'll be looking to trade UK, and AIOS. So UK, we're going to see if this play does resume live. The halt down time again is 0807. 0807. So UK now should come live at 1807. But again, 0807, wherever you're at in this fine world, is a halt down time. AIOS, the halt up time is 1207. So it's crazy on market time, Eastern time. It halted up on my birthday, 1012, and then my favorite number, 07. I think that's a sign that I'm going to bank on AIOS today. So AIOS, just like we did on Friday, I'm waiting for this to go into the first halt down. The very first halt down we see, I'm going for a short because we're going to probably see a massive gap down, all right? That's the one I'm really looking to trade is AIOS. So do the same thing we did on Friday. Yeah, Louis, it's going to hit that right when it opens up. Louis, it's going to hit that right as it opens up. I think it's going to gap up right to that number. It's showing 30.10 right now, but I think, and it was right because Zindu was showing like 26 something. I'm like, there ain't no way that's going to open up at 26. That's been halted up for how long? Oh, no, sure, shit enough. So right now it's showing 30.10. I bet it opens up upper shadows of that area. I'm looking for the very first halt down. Very first halt down getting in. All right? I'm going to take my quick little break before I get over to TTP. You guys know the drill. I'll see you back here. This is TTP for the next 2 hours, right? So I have TTP today for 2 hours, and then I'm off the rest of the afternoon for you guys. It's Cinco de Mayo. I'm going to enjoy Cinco de Mayo and some amazing tacos and some Mexican food today. Me and Avery really celebrate some Cinco de Mayo. Margarita machine comes out. We have a good time. So, again, today it's me and you guys, and that's it. No one-on-ones, which is awesome. Just TTP for the next 2 hours. And then I'll jump back on the mic like I always do at the end of that, yada, yada, yada. So again, waiting to see when this goes live and going in for that first halt down. When it starts to halt down, I'm going in. All right, back in a bit. Hey guys, was back just getting back on here with you guys. Yeah, let's see here. Barely made anything. I made killer profit as soon as it went live. I took half here, and as soon as it started flying back on up, it literally was hitting the LULD before I could even get out of it. So I barely made anything out of that. I made luckily literally half, but now. Yeah, I have no idea. This is crazy here on the AIOS. I just immediately got out of that though, obviously. So as soon as you're seeing the LULD, you just got to learn how to. I'm so fast at these. As soon as it went live, I took half, and then as soon as I saw it, just went right back on up and hit the LULD, and I could tell it was sitting in the LULD, so I just got out. So wow, that was crazy. Oh yeah, y'all didn't get out. Yeah, I got out right away. So as soon as it goes live, you gotta be ready. I have my finger on the key. So as soon as I see that this time in sales go, I just press the sell button, and then I was out half, and I took profit at 24.96. 24.96 is where I took half, and then the other half I took at 27.50. 27. No, I'm looking at all these. 27.53 is where I got out the other half. Yeah. So I'm just looking at this now. See, I actually in the end lost a tad. I lost a little bit of money there. How crazy is that? One good up $1.15, and then lost $1.43. That's crazy. All right, I gotta go join GTP. They're probably like, "Where is Josh right now?" All right, I'm gonna go over there now, guys. All right. Man, oh, man. Go back to the flex grid. Dying on off here. AIOS dying on off a little bit. What was the other one we were just looking at? PN. Dog's trying to get in here. All right, team, I'm taking a break for now. Again, another day in the small cap sector, just like we thought we'd get. Take a little stretch, man. I don't know if it's a herniated disc because my back doesn't hurt, but boy, down my leg, the whole live stream, my left side over here, could be the herniated disc. Just sending some little, like, some micro pain down the left leg into the knee. I'm like, oh, I need to stand up and stretch. Is what I need to do. That's why I'm sitting like this. I'm like stretching my legs out. Like, oh, there we go. All right, any questions you guys have? Louis, good job earlier if you're still around. Daza, T-Web. Yeah, I was hoping to get the halt down strategy going on PN right there on the live stream if you were watching that with us on TTP. Just didn't give it to us. Glad to get a little bit of green. Who's trying to get in here? Glad to get a little bit of green PN over 10. It could go for an... Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't know that we're going to get that halt down strategy going. You know, I think we got on the way up. I wish I would have caught it earlier. Taquito at least brought it to our attention. I wish I would have caught it here when it went from gap up 1 to halt up number 2. I would have traded it right there. It fucking sucks. I've missed these back-to-back days, missing these, just getting to them a tad late. But this is the one I wish I would have got into right there. God bless, would have banked on that. Oh, well, we got a little money on AIOS. I think everyone, for the most part, ended up green. Could have been better. I only made 85, like 84 bucks or whatever I'm up on the day. I was hoping to get another round of love and fun on it. It just never came to fruition. Then finally this trend line right through there cracked and actually gave us a beautiful trend line to VWAP crack on down. And now just stalemate. I'm going to take a break, stretch, get maybe a heating pad out. This is so annoying. Getting this like out of nowhere today. It's like, oh my gosh. I just want to go get like in the jacuzzi, the hot tub, the jetted tub, and just have the jets just nail my back. Took a small short on there. You go. Good job. Good. Hopefully everyone's green then for the day. You know, that's what we're trading. Bounce plays really aren't coming to fruition right now. It's these volatile plays, but that's the good thing that you guys are finally trading these because what? Well, now you know how to trade them. You know, like, wow, now I'm finally getting to trade these volatile plays. That's really all there is to trade. And so now you're getting used to them and how to trade them, which makes sense. Yeah, hot water bottle, mate. There we go. Hot water bottle, mate. There we go. Oh, man. It's just annoying. Never really have any pain. Today's like the first day, and it sucks because I had something on my... I'd pulled some, like, strained one of my muscles in my back last week, and that lasted up until literally this weekend. And so now I'm just getting rid of that. And the day I really finally feel like get rid of that, when I was sitting in my chair earlier, I'm like, oh man, what the hell? Why is it sending pain all the way down my leg? And yeah, today, for whatever reason, oh well, getting old, back issues. Sounds like an old man. Sound like every man, essentially. And yeah, 33 green's green. Green is green. I wore green. This is green. You can't really tell, but this is a green shirt. Was hoping today, okay, cool, green. No, that's nothing. Barely got green. I really thought at first we were about to kill it. No, going back to this trade, when we got into this and it halted down, I was like, and I saw 24 as the open price. I thought it was going to come up, shoot straight down into another halt down. I really thought we were going to get this back down into 20. You know, I thought we were about to just bank on this. And then, nope. We actually, now we're really showing Josh that we're in this ugly, funky halting market, that we're not as predictable as I would like it to be. Green here, too small as well. It's all right. Yeah, green's green. I'm calling it for the day on trades. I'm good. I am good for that. Unless we get something crazy again that I like, gap halt strategy, which we just about had one here. So it's not out of the realm. Fully done yet, but high chances for sure. Let me take a break. Get some heat on my back hip. It's like I want to stretch it so bad to where you pop it. Like, you know, like a G.I. Joe back in the day or something. Pull its leg out. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. I'll throw some jams on. I'll see you guys back here in a bit. We'll do a lunch recap as always. The days like today where it's slower. for myself about an hour and 20 minutes from now, right around 1:30 Eastern. So we'll say 1:30 Eastern for lunch recap. Man, I hate it when it runs down to my knee. It feels like growing pains. I grew so fast as a almost at a teenager. I guess I was in my teen years, still growing fast, but like when you're I don't know if you ever heard that, but you'd get them in like in your legs and your knees, especially at night. I'd get them bad as a kid. Like, hated them, absolutely hated it. That's what it feels like though. My right knee's kind of getting it today too as well. Son of a bitch, getting old. And hey, I can't complain. Most people I talk to, and I talk about me having a herniated disc and having no issues, they're like, what do you do? And I'm like, well, besides, at first the physical therapy that I was supposed to do, this, that, and the other, and getting it strengthened again, all the core stuff, I do maintain and work out, exercise, but it's nothing strenuous. It's just, as you can tell, I'm just staying in shape. Even it's not like I'm overly fit or ripped or anything. And then the other thing is stretching. Stay every day in the shower. Right? Just stretch. To where if you're 40, you should still be able to touch your toes. Like, and your legs should be straight. I can easily touch my toes. I can't quite do the splits, but rather flexible and want to maintain that. And those are the big things. So I never have hurt. Like, I'm like, and I'm like, so this will be like the one day. And I can't say like in the last few years this, because I know my memory's pretty damn good. I can't remember this in years, to be honest. This like pain right here. It's like, because I herniated disc, and then so it shoots here down your leg. Well, I put my leg down your leg like into your knee, and it stops like right here. So it's just pain from here. Well, where's the camera? To here. So it's just like back and forth, shooting pain, like playing ping pong, back in the day. Boom, boom, and it's not on the inside. It kind of is right here, but it's mostly on the outside where it's shooting from here back to here, from here back to there. Oh. Anywho, but hey, for me and myself, they've said I've done amazing. All right, team, taking the break. I'll be back here in a bit. I think I held up SPY well. I'll put that over there. Just realized that I forgot to say that at the end of the hour too. Held the SPY up. Did exactly like I said it would do. Hold the uptrend channel. Looking to squeeze out of this flat top. Potentially going for that 724 mark area and staying up green for the day is what it looks like. I'm taking the break for now. Jams are coming on. Back in a bit. Blink 182. I wish I could play. I cannot, unfortunately. But this will do. What's up? How we doing? Back on the mic real quickly. Lunch recap time. If anyone that is still around. Really just going to the herky-jerky business when it comes to small caps. PN finally kind of winding back off and down here. PN out of nowhere today. Rocking and rolling. If you remember PN, this was a play from a couple of days. Yeah, Friday and a Monday. I thought it was yesterday, actually. I thought we were looking at it. And then today, out of nowhere, just going on a squeeze of Rooney sauce. Out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure this has no news on it. I don't think it does anyway. Yeah. So, try to get some money out of it. He did make some money out of PN. Great. And then you got AIOS out of nowhere. That was Friday's play. Kind of spike and go up. Other than that, it's SKK again after yesterday. A little bit of fun. So that's where we've been at in the small cap sector. Large caps was all over this with the play earlier on. Said SPY would continue the uptrend channel and move its way on up. And it did do that. Other than that, I think we're good. I think it's slow out. I don't think there's really much else to look at really right now on Cinco de Mayo. I think everyone else is out having a good brewski and having a taco or two. Shut it. I'm like, can I not just get like 3 minutes of just going in here? Because, yeah, BLEZ. Did this one? Yeah, this one's still around. This one's still around, BLEZE. I did see this one pop back up off the 720 area. Never saw our 690 mark. So this one's still up and rolling. Nothing too crazy, but BLEZ, I saw that one still in the 7, so I have to give it a shout out and a look. AMD, we'll keep this one on watch. This does have... Is this... let's see here. Yeah, hold on a sec. I'm telling you. Anyway, we have AMD tonight, this afternoon. That's going to be the biggest one today. Tomorrow, ARM is an app is a pretty big one. We have Uber tomorrow morning. We'll talk about some of this stuff this afternoon. Dash is tomorrow afternoon. This afternoon is AMD is going to be the bigger one. LITE, that's the decent one. MSTR, that's the other one today. So those will be the big ones today. We'll keep those on watch. So I got AMD on watch. Let's go to MSTR on watch right there. I think we've even looked at LITE in the past. Haven't on LITE? Yeah, LITE all the way up to 1,000 plus right now. What a move it's made this year too. Lumentum. So we'll keep an eye on these plays as we move forward into the closing bell. Apple on a good move up today. So some large cap plays here that are actually doing pretty good today. Apple with a pretty darn big move. So Apple's been good. ARM, pretty lackluster. Google, big sell-off there all of a sudden out of Google out of nowhere. Meta, big sell-off back down to 600 for the day. So that one's had some pretty good moves. So really good moves. I say bigger moves. Nothing too great, but bigger moves in the small cap sector. Or in the large cap sector. PLTR, huge, big sell-off today too as well. Of course, then you get your S&DKs of the world. It's all the way up to 1,400 beasting. MU beasting today too as well. So we've had some big moves, and I think that's the thing. Large cap sector at the all-time highs with a lot of these plays are really beasting here recently. Big time beasting. So I think that's where a lot of the moves have gone back over for the traders that are usually maybe trading some small caps and looking to get some stocks rocks and rolling. Those aren't stock rocking and rolling. Those are definitely going a little slower because I think the large caps are taking some of that momentum. Easy Go. What's Easy Go doing? Is that today too? Is that another one that's maybe today for earnings? Easy Go. Easy Go. I used to want a golf cart. I don't think I want a golf cart anymore. I used to as a kid. Not anymore. Not a golf cart guy. Too slow for me. It's too slow. Now, if I lived on a golf course, for sure. If I lived on a golf course. And if the golf courses had more land, I'd love to live on a golf course. But it's just, I'm just not meant to live on a golf course. Let's just be honest. Unless it was, like, maybe I'm sure they have them in different states. I don't think they have one here in Arkansas that's at least the size of land I would want, like where, you know, you have at least 2-3 acres. You know, I'd want at least 2-3 acres minimum. I would love it though. I've loved like I've dated a girl that lived on a golf course. That was real fun. But yeah, I would love it. I mean, you were just right. I forgot what hole she lived on, but yeah, it was not on a nice, good country club. It was funny too. It was like a private country club that one, you know, of course it was private, so you'd have a membership to play there. So I never played there before, and so I started dating her, and I was like, hell yeah, I finally get to play this nice ass course. Of course, she had they had a golf cart and yada yada yada. So I got to play it a couple of times. But it's just really cool to just walk out and you could go putt, chip. You know, like say it's late in the afternoon on a beautiful, you know, say Thursday or whatever day, you know, and it's a beautiful Tuesday, or actually beautiful Monday, and it's winding down. No one's on, especially like the early holes. You like to be like on, you know, front nine, because point being that no one's on the front nine at that point of the day, most likely on hole number like 7, 6, you know, and hole number 3, and point being dusk is settling in, so you can go out there and for 30 minutes work on your pitching and putting. You know, that would be fun for sure, living on a golf course. Way too loud though. We need way too much room. Like maybe different life, different world, right? Where I stay in the golf world, get the trophy wife early on, and I'm a golfer, so I'm always traveling and playing in tournaments. Don't have the time to get all the dogs and animals, you know, and so she's at home with like the 1 or 2 dogs. That's why we live on a golf course. Then us now ain't happening, you know, just how it worked. But Easy Go, nice move today. Nice move today from Easy Go. I mean, I'm all off road now. You know, I want just like I said, the house having the 6 acres. We're gonna have he already tore out some for us, but how do these hairs end up on my face? I have one lodged in between my fingernail and my finger, like the skin. Anyway, 14 dogs. That's why I literally change shirts some days. You're like, why is Josh in a different shirt? Because I wear at least some, like today, you're like, oh, I don't wear this Blink-182 shirt much. It's a nice shirt. I say nice, but it's a cool shirt. It's a nice shirt. I say nicer, right? And then that's why you see me change to these kind of shirts, maybe, because I'm like, okay, I got to go hang out and sit with all the dogs. And I literally, as soon as I sat down on the couch, like, okay, changing shirts. Changing shirts. Don't want to sit on this one. No, I want to sit down with this one. But yeah, I can't wait for the 6 acres. Anyway, he's dug out like a little bit of a Jeep track, a little off-road track we'll have behind the house. Oh yeah, just can't wait for sure. Light looks like it wants to squeeze for more. So does Sandus. SNDK and Light decently similar today, but especially here recently where they're both in a flag toward high of day. So watching those for small cap sector, it's really slow. And this is where we're at. So I know most of you in here trade small caps. I like trading large caps. I haven't really done it over the last few months here as much as I really wish I would have. Or in most days, it's really not that pretty to do it anyway. But for small caps, which most of you do trade, we're in a slow, weird period where the plays that you would want to come out with, or that do come out with news that you anticipate to be a slow and steady, chill, chill play, ends up being a nothing after the bell. So you're getting a lot of good spikes in pre-market with PR, maybe even no PR. But those plays we're looking at in pre-market or at the bell were not later in the day. You're looking at PNs of the world. You're looking at AIOSs of the world out of nowhere. UKs, all these different ones that you weren't looking at to start the day. Even another one like right now in Easy Go. Easy Go hitting new high of day was another one. So what we'll do is we'll put Easy Go over here. Easy Go hitting new high of day. It's a little choppier of a chart, but at least it's moving. But again, sticking to the theme of what we're looking at in pre-market, we're not looking at later in the day. And plays that do stick around or plays that we're trading are very volatile, halty, weird. Now we're getting choppy halts, where there for at least the start of it, you guys were getting in. Where you get my point. Where we could trade them with some trend, with some fashion, some style, and a prediction. Now it's getting a little sketchy out there. So could be a rough, ugly week. And I'm taking Friday off. So Friday I will not be around. I'll take Friday off. Just to relax and enjoy. It's going to be another actually beautiful Friday, about like yesterday was. Not a cloud in the sky, 70, 75 degrees at most, something like that. Just gorgeous out. No humidity really to be seen as of yet, thank good gosh. So it's just it's beautiful out. I want to enjoy the weather, enjoy this, and if, a little bit of time. I haven't taken many days off, obviously, over the past few months anyway. And we're looking to plan that Florida trip, and that just got me to think, like, man, just take a couple of days off. You're gonna wish, just times where you wish you would, you should. And so yesterday was great to take the day off. Friday, same thing. Although Friday, I still will do the TTP stuff. It's just nice to be able to relax, sleep in, not worry about stocks and have to get a trade in or sitting around or do levels. I can just go, extra little day to chill. Any questions here? I'm going to take a little, again, there's really not a lot going on. If you're looking to trade, easy go. We have $2 old resistance that would become new support. Pullbacks have come from 2 down to 165 and then 190 down to 170. So 20 cents minimum up to about 30 cents for your pullback. Well, there's your 20 cents minimum. So 2 to maybe down to a little bit lower than that is going to be your bounce play, 2 to 195. Then below that, if you want to go for another bounce play, I like it back down right around 165 to 170 area. It's really only a little bit of a mover right now other than PN. PN back under the 780 mark, 785 mark. Watch for some pullback. The only thing that's going to hold it up is this mid to low 7 area, and it seems to want to hold up. So just be careful shorting that. Take your profits when you get it, though. It doesn't seem like a lot like AIOS as we finally got the big pullback here, but then other than that, not much of a good short. Choppy or short through here, not much through right. So you're not getting a lot of good to the short side with these plays that are holding up. Usually they will gap back down all the way to nothingville. Well, right now these plays are holding up way more than you would anticipate. The halting plays, essentially. They're not going back to where they came from. And that's it. I mean, other than that, I mean, that's it. CLRB did nothing. Baya did nothing. Matt, I mean, all the plays from earlier today. Nothing. Nothing. It's plays we were not looking at that are doing anything. The easy goes of the world. 1G had a little move here. Back on, what was this 1G? 1G. Okay. So I'm going to get rid of AIOS for now and go with 1G here out of nowhere, taking some movement back on up. So we have 1G up as well out of nowhere. Really ugly chart for the most part, but new high of day. I'm just kind of going through the list of the different scanners over on Stock Rocks, and I was just looking at the Momo scanner, and I was like, oh, that one's on there quite a bit, going from 1390 to 1437. Like, that's worth a look. And it was. All right, cool. Yeah, I got that strong resistance 240 to 250. Did that actually hit that after hours? Yeah. There we go. It did hit that. Yeah, what? 728 support with 9. Okay, that's good enough for now, I think, for levels. 1G. So 1G, if you're looking for a dip buy back around the $13.20 to $13 area for the dip buy there. Easy goes to around the 195 mark. Those would be the areas I'd be looking to trade those tickers at. And there is 1G to 15 just like that. 15 just like that. Just hit that the other day in pre-market. All right, so that's all-time high. So this is all-time high for 1G. 1G all-time high. All right, 1G. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Woo! Right to 15. Look at that strong resistance at 15. All right. Be back here in just a few, team. I'll throw some jams back on for you beautiful sizzle, sizzle, sizzle souls. I never click live, or I never clicked the unmute button. So I think we all know where we're at. So essentially, recap of the day is small caps, crazy halts, crazy gaps. Right, we're getting a lot of gaps, lots of halts, absolutely crazy. Some of these plays are holding up, some are not. Across the board there, like AIOSs of the world, etc. They're not falling back right away is my point. Like this didn't fall back right away. It was a slow and steady grind. Then out of nowhere, it falls back. This stayed up for a while. Then boom, it had its sell off there. So it's staying up a little longer than you would usually anticipate, especially a play like PN that goes straight up out of nowhere. You anticipate it to come right back down as fast. And I wish we'd get more of those, because now that I have a little more trust trading those, now they're not happening. And I love when these plays come up, and I was never a shorter. Now I'm using my halt strategy to the downside like I was at the upside, and having a lot of success with that. But now these plays aren't dumping away. So we're getting the slow and steady here, easy go, but it's to the same theme of what we're looking at in pre-market, we're not looking at later in the day. That's going to be the theme the rest of this week. I don't see how that changes. It's kind of hodgepodgey gross. Make sure you're not taking a lot of trades. Sit back, hone in, find the right trades you want to take and trade those. But we're getting a lot of plays to halt. Like right now, P and halted at the end of the day right here, right? Finally giving everything back, which I wanted earlier, and now it's finally doing it. And it was a great shelf crack. The 785 shelf crack right here was money on the way down. Looking like for the rest of the day, though, slow. I'd maybe watch 1G and easy go as we move into power hour here. Not a lot of movement, though, from the small caps as we move into the end of the day. And then for large caps, we have some plays to keep our eyes on as we head into after hours. So I'll go to the 4-banger right here. I have no idea why it's not going to the 4-banger. And go to AMD. AMD. We have AMD earnings today, which will be really big. So we'll keep an eye on AMD for sure into after hours. Zoom out of that chart real quickly. We're going to go over to MSTR. We'll be watching that one. I will be anyway in after hours. We'll be watching Light. That's got earnings in after hours, and then to go with it, another barn burner play just to watch in after hours is SNDK. So those will be some we'll watch in after hours. AMD, MSTR, and Light all have earnings this afternoon, so I'll be keeping an eye on those. We talked about the key levels. I don't think you guys even care about it, but if you do care about the key levels, just real quickly for AMD, we'll go to the 4-hour time frame so we can see this a little bit better. And actually, let's go to the 15-15 here and zoom out a little bit. So it's back under 340 is the key. If we crack under 340, she's going to find her way in the 315, 310 area. And if we get over this 365 mark, watch for a barn burner and a move up to all-time highs, 375 minimum, maybe up to the 385 area. Now going over to MSTR, go back to the 15-15 here. I think the key area over that 190 mark, she gets to flying, rocking, and rolling. And over 190, you can tell there's not a lot to hold her down. She hits 200. I think minimum 200 on the way up. Ultimately could find its way all the way up to 215, 220 area. Then on the way back on down, I would say if we get back below the somewhere right around this 170, somewhere in the 175 mark, 178.75, 175, somewhere in here. Once we crack this especially, she's on down. I think we minimum hit down to the 165 mark, somewhere in here, 167 mark, ultimately finding our way back down to 155. So I think a little more room to the bottom side than top side on MSTR. I think a little more to the bottom side and the top side on AMD. Opposite, I think there's more room to the top side than bottom side here for Light. I think Light to the bottom side probably gets no lower than 950, maybe than this 920 mark. On the way up, this thing could see all the way up to 1100 plus, especially heading into tomorrow. So I'm very bullish on Light and on SNDK. I'm bullish on MSTR and AMD, but they could have pullbacks higher percentage-wise and bigger pullbacks, in my opinion, than Light will have. So those would be the main stocks I'm looking at here in after hours. Really not a lot going on, and thank you, T-Web, for letting me know I am muted. Any questions you guys have, let me know. I just want to pop back in real quickly as we have really slowed down here in the small caps here this afternoon. If you got the short on T-Web, you got some of it, but the short up top was really money on Easy Go. That was a good short up top. AMD going back to this too real quickly. Really holding strong off this reversal off the VWAP coming back on up. So I am watching that over here where it looks a little bit, I can see it a little bit bigger and cleaner. But AMD, watching all the after hours movers there. Keep SPY on watch over here, but then I've got MSTR, SNDK Lite, and AMD. Now SNDK doesn't have earnings. I'm just watching it because it's up, high and away with LITE, which Lite does have earnings today. All right. Cool. Just making sure I haven't got anything. You good, Tim? Anyone else? T-Web? Anyone else out there? Small caps, I would imagine, even in after hours, probably going to be a little bit slower. I doubt we see many after hour spikes. It's probably going to be a lot slower into tomorrow. I think pre-market could be busy again, possibly, with a lot of tickers like we had today. Again, with almost no reason to go over level. Well, you get my point, because what we're looking at in pre-market tomorrow, we will just not be looking at most likely 100%. We're looking at new plays every day after the opening bell. An hour or two after the opening bell, it's new plays every day. New plays every day. All right, I'm going to go back out here and finish this movie before I get into a one-on-one. This movie should be over. I got to catch this dramatic, climatic ending to this horror movie that Avery put on. I'll be back right at the closing bell. If there's anything that's moving, I'll let you know. Otherwise, small cap, slow into after hours. And tomorrow, pre-market, look for some fun in pre-market, honestly. But again, same theme as always. What we're looking at pre-market, opening bell onward, not looking at it. Looking at new tickers that are halting and possibly going parabolic. Although the parabolic status has gotten smaller, not nearly as big today. So I would still anticipate that and say tomorrow, pre-market fun. You know, with some movement, but at least for okay. Then after the opening bell, meh. Then we'll watch for halting plays, but those halting plays will be less parabolic. It seems like they're getting less and less parabolic. All right. I'll be back in just a bit.